Press.
Yes.
Hi.
We were just having very important conversations, sorry.
Most chaotic entrance ever. Ducks in the background, like
Conversations, sorry.
most chaotic entrance ever.
Oh, oops, sorry. I was getting really
You
confused.
have us on in the background.
Yeah, I was so confused. Sorry, yeah, I got that away.
Honestly, your face though.
Oh God. Hi everyone.
Hi everyone. Oh, shut up, Gavin. Stop being so nice.
Although I really am digging your glasses though, Jean. They're lovely.
Thank you. They've got Boots' own brand.
New ones coming on. Well, trying on new ones on Thursday. I was like, new ones coming on Thursday, but I'm not walking out of the shop with them.
Yeah.
Try on session in Specsavers.
I got mine and had to send them back because they weren't anti-glare and they were reflecting everything.
Yes.
Yay, glasses too.
I haven't.
Ashleigh's, are yours prescription or purely for aesthetics?
They are very small prescription because migraines and blue light blocking.
Yes, they suit you. You should keep them on. You should wear them all the time.
Oh no. Yes, I have chopped off all my hair and I am fully natural hair color for the first time since I was 13. So it's very for me right now.
Okay.
I am not.
Did you dye it or have you had it stripped? Like I was confused by.
Oh no! So it's just the dye's been growing out, and that I've got it all chopped out.
Oh, okay.
So it's I've obviously been it has been grown into my natural color recently, but this is the first time that none of it's dyed because I just was chop off all the dye.
Sorry, I'm laughing at Gavin saying it actually has 50-50 vision. It's 2020.
It's 2020.
I have 50 vision. 50-50 vision.
Ashleigh can see the future and the past.
If someone's an optometrist or an optician, please explain to us why it's 2020. Oh, thank you. Hi from Florida. What time is it in Florida?
I love the horror. Did you wake up for this stream? I had somebody show up on my Patreon stream the other day and it was 3 a.m. for them. And they didn't tell me until the end of the stream. They were like, I snuck out of bed to be here. And I'm like, oh, thank you. It's so sweet.
That's so lovely. That is really nice.
Well, what is your thought on reading recommendations for beginners?
I mean,
oh, I know. Where do you even start? What are we saying? Beginners? Are we saying beginner and we've tried different genres, or are we saying we haven't read for a long time, or
is there any direction of genre we can go in?
Yes,
please.
Point us somewhere. That's frightening. Just being give me blanket recommendations. You could be here for a while.
Okay. I have to say, when I sort of was in a 4-year reading slump, YA really helped me get out of it because it was just so much easier and faster to read.
Yes.
Oh, that's just a general thing.
I reverted to a lot of childhood favourites as well, which I mean, I wouldn't recommend anybody goes and reads Enid Blyton's famous Five or anything like that, Tory Power, but not on Jean's channel. But
I loved it when I was a kid too, though. So.
I know they were the first things my mum ever gave to me, so I have a really fond recollection of them. And then they were really easy reads when I went back, but I was like, oh,
that's so nice.
And you've got your new puppy. New puppy is your icon.
Oh my god!
Oh, it's the first time I've seen Papa.
Oh my god, this is such a good idea.
Oh, that is a great idea.
I like that.
Would do nothing for me. Do nothing.
Ashleigh's if it's not printed, we don't entertain it.
What about films with subtitles? That's like
Actually, just give me the script and then I can go. It's fine.
I
Yes, Heather,
just
it's
actually
lovely
watched-
rainy.
watched an amazing film at the weekend. Just to like detract from books, I watched Promising Young Woman yesterday, and it was
Okay.
amazing. Like,
I mean, I hate to ask the obvious question, but like, about which promising young woman was this film?
oh wait, have you not seen it? Have you not seen the trailer? Oh god, no! It's a whole play on the idea of the promising young man whose life gets ruined by rape accusations, and it's about a promising young woman who was raped.
Wow.
Yeah, or it's about that anyway. I don't want to say too much about the plot. But Carrie Mulligan is so good.
That was one of those things you put out on your story, and I was like, am I meant to know what that is?
Oh my god, it just won an Oscar and like a BAFTA.
I don't know films, okay?
It's amazing because I've never seen a film deal so hard with the whole I'm a nice guy. Because the idea is that Carrie Mulligan goes out to clubs, pretends to be drunk, and sees if men try to take advantage of her while she's drunk, and then flips and is sober and like freaks the hell out of them. And it's so good.
That is I would watch it just for that premise alone, without any other information.
That's all you need. Like, it's so good. See, I'm not alone either.
Yes. Did you stream it then?
Yeah, it's on Now TV. I literally got the free trial of Now TV so I could watch it.
That's fair.
Unsubscribing in 6 days. Worth it.
I have to remember to unsubscribe because that never happens for me. I always end up paying for at least a month, and then I'm like,
Oh wait, do you actually have horror? Any horror recommendations?
Oh, yeah, I'm reading it right now. This is great. It's amazing, but I like. I'm not gonna lie. It got to like 12 o'clock last night, and I was in bed with the lights off, and Helen was asleep, and I had my little reading light on, and I was like, I really need a pee, but I can't get up. It's dark and there may be things outside my window, my second floor window. It's genuinely like super creepy. It's about a woman called Mouse who goes to clean out her grandmother's house, and she lives like in a really backwaters southern town. And it's just her and her dog Bongo, who is literally as much of a character as she is. And it's hilarious.
I love that your dog thought this is the point.
He was like, yeah, you mentioned the dog. It's my favorite character. It may or may not be an Amazon delivery happening in the background. That was the I will eat the Amazon man bark. But she goes and she discovers that like the whole house is actually hoard of everything. She like her grandmother kept everything, and then in one room she finds a tidy room with some diaries in it and starts reading them, and nasty things start happening. But yeah, I may or may not have woken Helen up to take me for a pee last night.
That's amazing. I love that book.
Horror recommendation because there's like I've barely read any horror books, but one that I loved when I was younger, and like I think I've read it like 3 times or so, is The Dead House by Dawn Kurtzkich, because it's literally presented as a case file.
Ooh.
The story is that a school burned down, students died in it, and it's never been solved, like why it burned down in the first place or anything. But then like I think it's 20 years later or something like that, and they find a diary, and so you start discovering more about the lead up of events, and you're reading, and like it starts disintegrating as you go through, because like you're reading a burnt diary, you're reading newspaper clippings and stuff like that. It's very much it's kind of left to you to decide what you believe.
Give me the title again.
Really good. The Dead House.
Oh, it's T. Kingfisher.
I will say actually, Ashleigh, if you're going to try any other horror book, that one's got fairy tale themes.
I may or may not have sent Ashleigh a very funny paragraph that had me in complete stitches about Bongo the dog last night, and Ashleigh read like 2 sentences and was like, nope. Noped her way straight out. In fairness, I feel like this is almost it has like an urban fantasy flavor about it. Like it's the same kind of protagonist that I think that you would find in like the Kate Daniels novels or like Mercy Thompson or stuff. She's really like spunky and really sassy and sarcastic, and it's her inner monologue you get for half of it. So that just doesn't. It's not Ashleigh's vibe. Like the face, she's just like no.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Well, what is everyone reading? Do you want to tell us about your books?
Lianne just did.
Wait, I've got a backup though. I've got a backup because I've got this because this is what I switched to. This is Maybe You Should Talk to Someone by Laurie Gottlieb, and I switched to this in the middle of the night after getting Helen to take me for a pee because the other book was too scary. And this is about a therapist whose husband or I think it's actually her fiance, but he has agreed to parent her small child. They got together on that premise, and she goes home one day and he's just like, it's over, I don't want to be a dad anymore, and he leaves and takes all the stuff. And she then goes back to work and is like, maybe now I need therapy as a therapist. So it's about her therapy and her patient's therapy and how like it impacts her. And this was on my most intimidating reads list because I picked it up an audiobook and it was fucking awful. The audiobook was terrible. It was monotone, and I'm like, I need some emotion from this. But now then I picked it up, and are we seeing this? Like, this is not a short freaking book, and it's not very big text either. It's not like, this is the first time I've held a book. It's not very big text either. So I've got this one too.
I just had a revelation that has really confused me. Because I think the book that you're reading, Twisted Ones, I didn't come on to who the author was. I've read The Raven and the Reindeer by them and rated it 4.5, and it was one of my favourites of last year, so why do I hate the writing in that book? I'm so confused.
To be fair, the best books can have bad sentences. Do you know what I mean?
Like, it was not a bad sentence. It was all about Bongo the dog. It was a funny sentence. God damn it.
And I'm just like, but one of the things I specifically said about The Raven and the Reindeer is that the humor actually got me. And I'm like,
it's really funny. Like, I've read her other fairy tale retellings and she's really funny.
I mean, I will definitely be going on and reading more after this because it's great. But I was not expecting what happened, and I'm not okay. So it's going to be the opposite of Ashleigh trying to read like smut on the screen, and where she was just like slowly disappearing behind the book. I'm going to be like, please, somebody hold my hand.
Well, I haven't even decided what I'm going to read, so that's really bad. I have like...
Okay, give us your options, and then everybody can vote.
Okay, so I started one already on my Kindle the other night, which I'm 15% of the way through, and it's called How to Talk to Nice English Girls, and it's a lesbian historical romance. So there's that one. We then have, because these two are for my like in-person, well, over Zoom, but you know, book clubs.
I was going to say in-person, is that even a thing anymore?
Huge.
Huh?
Did you leave?
Oh my God. It is a mass market paperback though. Like, it's not.
Yeah, but I've seen the size of mine, and they're like normal looking sizes, and they're about 800. So I'm like, how big is that thing?
Oh God, yeah. I think this is bigger than Daughter of the Forest for sure. Well, it's only 700 pages, but it's tiny, tiny print.
Can we just soundbite that later for Jean? It's only 700 pages.
I don't know why I said that. How much? Yeah, I think it's bigger than Son of Shadows for sure.
See, this is 650, which is why I was like, how is that one so much bigger?
I can't join in. Mine are upstairs.
I guess the paper's just thick.
Like, please let the paper just be thick. Please let it be thick paper.
But this is book one in the Bridie Chronicles called The Dark Mirror, which is a whole new Juliet Marillier adult series that I haven't started yet, which I'm excited about. Oh my God. Well, I haven't really even heard any reviews of this one, but like, you run out of other books, you've got to start trying the other ones. So this is another medieval Ireland one, and then completely different. I've got the Flatshare. contemporary romance. So bit of everything. Don't know what to pick.
Okay, so I'm not voting for the flat share.
I didn't think you would.
No. In fairness, I love me a contemporary romance, but I have opinions about that book. I'm gonna keep them to myself because I'm seeing like I'm reading the flat share and the flat share is so good, and so I'm just like I'm gonna just shut up and sit in my corner. It's like
by yourself.
Yes, Gav. Yes, Gav. What we like to see solidarity.
Oh my god, that's way too productive. Stop making me feel bad.
Honestly though, the amount of people who come to like my streams and get all of their coursework done, and I'm like, oh, I read 24 pages on that one. Wasn't that good?
I barely even do that. I'm like, I just wandered around a bit. Well, why not?
Oh no, Lucy! I don't want to ruin it for anybody. Like, we need opinions. I don't. Flat share is flat. Flat share is flat, John.
Well, I think I need to start one of these ones actually, because now you've made me worry also about whether my lesbian historical romance is going to get smutty. So,
Helen in the background's just going. She's sitting with her switch like this, and she's like, I hope so.
I mean, yeah, but like maybe not for now.
No, don't deprive us of your face when it gets smutty.
I can't hide my facial expressions, so I think maybe one of these.
Okay. I mean,
I wrote Juliet Rillier just so we can see the very slow start to this huge brick of a book.
Yeah, we're here like 12 hours later, and she's still like here.
Like I was going to say, do you think I could get to 50 pages? I'd only be this far out.
We can be here to cheer you on, like, woo!
Okay, I'm going to read Juliet then. I'm going to do it. This is a support I need to start off. Because it's like, I'm assuming like with Daughter of the Forest, I was like, oh my God, I can't start this huge book. And then I started it. And then by like a certain point, I was like, oh my God, I can't do anything else. I can't eat or anything.
I feel really left out. You're both like hanging out here with your Juliet Morelli, and I'm like, I ain't running upstairs for you bitches.
It's only because I happen to have it on the Do the Thing-a-thon TBR, so it's in my book cart.
I had to explain out loud to somebody who is a friend who's not on BookTube what the hell Do the Thing-a-thon was, and by the time that I'd said it like 5 times, it had lost all meaning for me, and it turned into a tongue twister, which doesn't end well.
That's a good point. Ashleigh is running a very cool readathon called Do the Thing-a-thon, which is about your personal goals, which I'm very excited for. What are the dates again? End of this month?
Yeah, the last week, so I think it's 24th to the 30th.
I'd set my TBR.
I did my TBR, but I have to say the worst moment that I've had so far this year was reading back my goals page in my journal and being like, that was an optimistic bitch. Where is she gone?
Oh God, I don't want to see. I've not gone back and watched any of the videos where I said I would read. I don't think I went too crazy on the goals this year because last year. So.
I did a whole thing where I was like, it's okay. You know, several months into the year, what was important to you is maybe not important to you anywhere else. Meanwhile, I'm like, I'm crying my mascara off. I'm such a failure.
People keep asking as well if you two are doing whatever-a-thon or whatever you want.
What's whatever-a-thon?
Happening in June. Oh, God.
I know, I was like, how are you going to explain this in 2 minutes or less? I'm going to sit back with my iron brew and watch you try.
You would have to watch the video to get, basically you can read what you want is the main thing.
Yeah. Wait, have I read this? Who's running this?
Maddie from Book Browsing Blog.
So there's like 6 teams, and each team has a theme. One's like middle grade, one's contemporary, one's fantasy. 5 teams?
I think so.
Okay, but there's several teams, and then there are prompts and stuff that you can do if you want to get like bingos and stuff and you want to get super competitive about it. But essentially everything that you read that counts as that genre, you submit it, and then your team gets points. And then it's whatever team gets the most points at the end of the readathon. So all of your reading, and you can read whatever you want, all of your reading counts towards your team's points.
And I'm one of the hosts.
So my answer is yes, and I will not disclose whose team that I'm going to be on at this current juncture. I will be taking no further questions. Thank you.
I
people in the comments are on my team. Hello, dreamers. I love you. Thank you very much.
Who are you on? I've missed this whole thing, so I'm gonna have to just research after this.
Me and Maddie are the Dreams and Drama Queens team, which is for like speculative fantastical fiction. So you've got separate epic fantasy and high fantasy, which is Becca and Cody, and then every other type of fantasy we claim.
We also have like Steph and Gav hanging out in the comments here who are like camp other things. Like Steph's what contemporary, camp contemporary host here. So there are other options other than Ashleigh.
Okay. I am also participating in a readathon in June that I'm also helping to co-host, but it's still a secret at the moment. So
there are so many secret readathons.
It's only secret for like a few more days, but like it's not my thing to reveal. So,
like, how many like tiny projects have we got hanging out in the background that were
my God, Lianne and I just committed to a whole other one. So like, don't even.
Why do we do this to ourselves?
Because we don't know how to say no.
I love that everybody's like just hanging out there in the comments, letting their team flags fly.
I like the title, Dreams and Drama Queens. I like that.
Yes.
What? And Ashleigh, you can now tell us about your book.
We've been here 20 minutes babbling away. We will end up guys.
Tell us about your book and also the shame of all of your other books, just in case you were going to skim over that. Sorry, I called you out.
I call myself out, really. I'm starting this. It has a bookmark in, but it's like on page 1. So I'm starting Wind Witch. It's the second book in the Truth Witchlands series, rather. And I'm reading this for Witchlands along,
in the kitchen.
hosted by Jade. And the live show for this is on Saturday, I believe, whenever the 8th is. So that's why I'm reading this one. I am, however...
We trapped a dog in the kitchen. I could hear this distant, quiet little whine, and I was like, is that in my head? What is that? So sorry, Grissom.
Yeah, so as Lianne so lovingly pointed out, I am also currently reading. Currently on Goodreads, I have 6 books on my currently reading list. 2 of them are kind of like, these are always intended to be in the background and will be there for a very long time. Like there's one nonfiction that I just read 5 pages of every so often, and I'm like, oh. There's also reread.
I love that it's always non-fiction. Just like, meh, I'll get to that later.
But I am also 100 pages into Night Shadow, 100 pages into Malice by Heather Walter, and 100 pages into The Obelisk Gate by N.K. Jemisin. So I'm 100 pages into a lot of books. I'm probably going to get about 100 pages into this and have an even bigger crisis.
Now that I've started to pot, I'm happy that you've just let your shame hang out on camera, because usually it's me. So nice that I'm just reading this a little bit.
I'm definitely in the middle of other books, so it's okay. It's okay. It's all fine.
Am I the only sensible person for a change? That never happens. Can we mark this on the calendar? That never happens.
I'm just like, I have no shame. This always happens. It's just because the only reason it's different now is because once I finish this one, I'm not going to know which one to prioritize. Usually I've got one that's like the
streaking ahead. Yeah.
None of them are that at the minute. So I'm like, oh, okay.
John,
okay.
you've DNF'd Malice 3 times. Hold on, sorry. I'm sorry. You've DNF'd Malice 3 times. What possessed you to pick it up again after you DNF'd it?
Twice.
Twice?
Also, is it the same one? I always feel the need to ask because there's also Malice by John Gwynne.
Yes.
Very popular.
A very different book. Okay, I'll shut up now.
That's okay. I'm just reading the comments.
Did any of you read Rather Weird? I have not.
No, I have not.
Had some hi Helens.
Oh, that's my bestie. Hi.
Got to give Helen some acknowledgement.
Yes. She's just sitting smirking in the background, like, yeah, you saw me. I walked past, you saw me.
Shall we have our first reading sprint? 20 minutes? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I got a 20-minute right there. Right ready?
Just exactly that. No,
If you said no,
doing that in the background. Here's one I made earlier with your Blue Peter badge.
I have a Blue Peter badge.
I know, that's why I said it.
How'd you get it? Oh, it's not as exciting because it wasn't like I did something cool as a kid. It's just in 2019 I was the judge for the Blue Peter Book Awards, and they give the judges a badge.
That's just
No, but I just feel like if you're a kid and you get one, it's way more impressive. Like, just say
that one as a kid.
See, more impressive.
God, what for?
Some kind of animal thing we did, like my class at school did this whole thing with, like, it was just an animal day trip thing, and we learned how to take care of tigers.
Cute.
Well, I'll just sit here in the background with my no Blue Peter badge.
I am an example to all that it's never too late.
Just saying. Know when I'm not wanted. Oh, Venus, that is why is it always such an unfortunate face that Jean freezes in?
I will press start now, and we're ready to go. Yes.
Froze again. So
I know.
We'll just say
it
yes.
does froze for me.
We'll just say yes. It's fine.
Does the timer freeze if Jean freezes though?
I mean,
I don't know if she's clicked it yet. Where's she gone?
Honestly, it's always the most attractive face that she freezes in as well. I'm never gonna forget that. Like, that was my favorite.
I feel like we may have to take over timer.
Yes.
Timer control though.
Let's see if I can do it without chucking myself out of the live this time, shall we?
God.
Wait and see. I'll get this started, and
can you share your screen if Jean is done?
Can I take over sharing my screen? Let's find out.
There's 3 of me now.
Why did we give Jean the controls?
Whose idea was this?
My internet hates me.
20 minutes later, the timer goes on.
I don't even know how to throw the other versions of myself out of the stream, so they're just going to be in the.
You don't have it. There isn't on my.
Oh, they're gone. Okay.
The other Jean's gone. The other personality.
Wait, why is it not letting me share my screen now? Oh no, it's fine. It's fine.
Are you sure? Okay. Do you know what? I'm gonna just have a backup timer in the background just in case.
Good idea. Okay.
Okay. Yes.
Right. Ready, set, go.
Hi.
Wait, wrong thing.
Yeah. We're just sitting there like, that's far too much of me.
Like my face just fits perfectly in that slot.
How did you get on?
Jinx. I have read 19 pages of my tiny print.
I like how I asked you how you got on, and I absolutely have no idea where I've started. Hold on.
I read 17.
Hey, we're very close then. We're sort of on a similar pace, apparently.
19!
Enjoy this.
So, I mean...
That's totally fair.
Legit.
We had a lot of people join during that.
Ah, Cersei!
Oh, somebody else reading Twisted Ones.
Hey!
Nice!
Oh, ideal. That sounds idyllic.
Well, literally, if I thought my laptop would pick it up properly, I'd have just left my thing on loud. Like, I want to mute it myself because it's so rainy here, but like it's coming towards my window. So I have like maximum ASMR.
Actually, now you said that, I've just cozied myself into the jumper, and I'm like, I could just close the window, so I might do that instead.
8 pages of the Iliad in 20 minutes is incredibly impressive, and you should pat yourself on the back. Like, legit.
Yeah.
I don't think that's slow.
No, not at all.
Also, someone's reading children.
Honestly, I like that's one of the things I like about when everyone tells you how much they read in the like 20 minutes. People got like people reading 40 pages, people reading 6 pages. It's just like
I also think it depends on what book you're reading. Like I'm flying through this, but comparatively, if I was reading a classic, I might not be going through it as quickly. So
yeah, 100%.
Bucketing down here. I think the bin has blown down the street.
Question.
Oh,
have I already?
What's
like
Clara?
No. I can't see myself going back to it like anytime soon. I will at some point.
It's just the sad you sounded. No.
I'm interested in this because I read a different book by Christina Henry and hated it, but this book sounds so good that I'm really tempted to like try her writing again. So I don't know, I'm intrigued to know.
Why do I know the author's name and I can't think of any books?
I read her book about it was like an Alice in Wonderland retelling, and I hated it with a passion.
Oh, is she the one? Is it Queen of Hearts as well? She's done Alice and she's done Peter and
yes, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
that's one of those series that everyone's just like, you like retelling? Read those, and I'm like, no.
Yeah,
I really hate it. I mean, I hate book before, but I hated that one.
I've got to the point, I think, with retellings where I'm like super picky now because they're so like in over the past like couple of years that I'm like, I now have millions of things to choose from, so I'm not okay. Yeah. Did it get torrential?
It got torrential.
Your face.
Oh my god!
But it's not the right direction for ASMR.
It's not. It's going the other way now, which, to be fair, I'm quite glad of because I would genuinely be worried about my windows and stuff.
There we go. Lost Boy by Christina Henry. That was the Peter Pan one I was thinking about.
Okay. Well, at least Gavin hated one of her books too.
Gavin's just here to validate everybody's like negative opinions about books today.
Yeah, I was going to say he's here in the solidarity.
This is not standalone fantasy. This is the first in a series by Juliet Marillier. I think it's a 3-book series, but it could be a 2-book series. But there's definitely a sequel.
Did you tell us what it was about, or just that it was fantasy?
I don't really know. I only picked it up because it's Juliet Marillier. Like I didn't really pick it up thinking like, oh, the plot. It's set in medieval Ireland, and so far it's about a young druid who's being trained for some purpose, but we don't know what that purpose is. Basically.
Okay.
But it does a classic Juliet Marillier. If you've never had like a Juliet Marillier like paperback, she lists like every single character at the beginning, like to the point where she lists like Peril, a small pony, Blaze, a bigger pony. I love it. Like the intensity of her character lists are so good. Shade, Fola's cat.
I was gonna say
the cat has to get a mention. I mean, you can't mention the pony and not mention the cat. Gav would like to know what Ashleigh's feeling like. Say that again.
Oh, I was just gonna say in Harp of Kings, I'm pretty sure they like named the child's doll in the character list.
I don't remember which one it is. I think it was Dreamer's Pool, is that what it's called? That you told me to look in, and there was like the dog listed, like everything's just in the character list. I don't think I've read anything that you've also read, Gavin, for my DNF recently. Because my DNFs were Daughter of the Blood and A Good Girl's Guide to Murder.
I like
what else have I
You've had a couple that you've been about recently.
Yeah, I can't think what they
had
are.
A solid meh.
I do watch those and I'm just like, nope. Gone from brain.
It has been deleted.
What was I talking about? I went through a whole thing where I was talking.
Huh?
I was saying I can't remember what it was that I was sulking about recently because I went through a bad phase and I was just like, everything's crap. I can't remember what any of those books were.
I remember
probably for best.
Yeah,
and does delete it from your mind.
I remember a particularly out of context voicemail from Ashleigh though when she was feeling particularly meh about what she was reading, which was like, it just started, I'm sulking and everything's rubbish. Okay. All books are bad.
Never read books. Terrible.
Like, do I even like reading anymore? I'm not sure.
Oh, I'm enjoying this. Let's just all start an Ashleigh fan club. I'm here.
Yes.
What should we call it?
I mean, your Patreons are frolickers, right? So we would have to come up with a different name.
I really want to read this. I have this on my shelves. So I'm glad to hear it's good.
Oh no. I might Jem says, thanks guys, I might keep going to 100 pages and see what happens, but I feel a DNF coming on. Oh no.
Oh, what is it that you're DNFing?
We all advocate DNFs though. What's the option of the opposite of frolic, says Cav?
What's the opposite of frolic be? Because I'm like, frolic is just like
maybe to stomp.
Yes.
Frolic feels very like
it would just be like angry, like storming out.
Yeah.
Slamming doors in your process.
Yeah.
Like.
Very on Ashleigh. It's where the crawdads sing. That's what Jem's considering DNFing. It's on my shelf, literally behind me, but I haven't started it.
I unhold it without even really looking at it because I was sent it unsolicited. So I was like, what is this?
Why do I have this thing in my house? I hate when that happens because then it does become your responsibility to get it back out of your house. To plod. Oh, I like that. The opposite of frolic, flump.
And that makes me just think of like that accent.
Yeah, like yeah.
Yeah. It should be linked below this video. Let me double check, but I'm like really, really sure that I did remember to do that.
It's literary diversions though, and thank you. It's so
it's
sweet.
linked below.
Yeah, literary diversions.
Thanks.
This is Lianne's shop.
Yes, this is true. This is Lianne's shop.
Look at Lianne's shop as well.
Thank you so much. Oh, I like that. You're all great though. There we go. Like we're all equally goodest. Gav, what's the opposite of diversions?
Not being diverted.
Forward.
Well, maybe if we take it in the like diverting literature is good literature, so maybe it's something like boring. Maybe my fan club would be like the boring club. It's very depressing.
I mean, do I have to do the opposite of bookish?
Oh no. I feel like you just quit.
Either that or the opposite of thoughts. It's like
or the opposite of thoughts. Blank. Blank. Feels about right, to be honest.
I like Jenny's option better. Focus would be the opposite of diversion. I like that one.
Yeah, I like that.
I mean, it's not accurate. Consistency is not a thing that I would put in my bio, but I'll take it.
I'm not yawning. I'm awake.
Yeah, sure.
I'm
giving it.
This is brilliant. I love it. It's a great vacancy.
Oh no, I love
it. So good. Oh my god, good luck. That is very
serious good luck. Especially maths, no thank you. Very good luck. All the things crossed that is possible to cross.
Can't tell a lie, I dropped out of maths.
What's the opposite of train? Yeah, Gavin.
I mean, realistically, that's Gavin's whole vibe, though. Untrainable. Right? That's just Gavin's whole vibe.
So just the answer is you don't.
Yes.
Oh dear. It's 12 a.m. here.
And I can't leave this to go to sleep.
Sleep is overrated.
It really is.
Words no one ever thought would come out of my mouth.
I was going to say, but this will probably end up being a semi-early stream because you're the one running it. You're just like, nap time at like 9 p.m.
I tried to like that. I set out today with the mentality of I will stay longer than I usually stay because I am responsible for the stream.
I mean, fair, because earlier I was going to be like, I'm giving it another hour and then we're going to have to like find a way to wake her up by ringing her to get her to end the live.
No. I slept in this morning because it's bank holiday weekend, so.
Okay.
All good. It's all good in the hood.
That caffeine that I see blurrily waving about in front of the...
Oh, that was Iron Brew. I finished it.
Yeah, okay. So we've had caffeine too. Yeah, sleep is overrated, as Ashleigh yawns.
Oh, I am a, like, professional.
Permanently. Yes.
I haven't had a nap today, so I'm just like...
Oh, the opposite of Ashleigh would be applaud through academia, which honestly is on brand for academia.
I'm just gonna say that there's definitely academia out there that could give fiction a run for its money. So
I'm gonna say nothing. How to deprogram your dragon?
Other doctorate doesn't mean it's right.
I really want an iced coffee now, but I don't have milk. So I'm like, oh.
No,
how depressing.
No. Resting is so important. Just resting is doing something and it's so good for you. Like if you don't don't punish yourself. You need to rest.
There's also a difference though between doing nothing and intentionally like not picking up 100 things. Like there's a difference between when you sit there and like, oh, I don't know what to do, as opposed to when you're sitting there intentionally making yourself feel better.
Yeah. Daydream, Miranda.
Oh, I love it. A success for me can sometimes be just going for a walk. Hey, success for me on my really bad days can be brushing my teeth. Like
100%. Oh yeah. More good lucks. Good luck for your exam.
Yes. Across all the things that aren't necessary for me, eat this Kit Kat during the next sprint.
How long should we do the next reading sprint for? Shorter, the same, or longer?
Half an hour.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, that was exciting, Ashleigh. I like that. I was not expecting that.
Thought I could spice it up a little bit, you know.
Hardcore decisive.
I like it. Right. Okay.
30
minutes it is. Right. Okay.
Well, I'm going to eat my Kit Kat.
That's okay. Okay. 30 minutes and starting.
There we go. Couldn't find the mouse around the cat.
How's everyone reading going?
Fine.
I hit an explanation bit and I don't know how I feel about it, but I did well. I did many pages.
Did about 20.
I am. That's really good. I think I only read like 23 or something like that. It's weird, isn't it? You don't necessarily read, like, you read 19 in 20 minutes, but that doesn't necessarily mean you read exactly like 1.5 in 30.
In fairness, I was reading like a book within a book, so some of these are not like full pages. No.
I was
Many
just
went by, but who knows?
I know from doing sprints that I usually read, like, my standard is usually a page a minute because I tend to read the amount of pages that it is. But I can tell with it's just a case of getting back into it. I find starting live sprints a bit strange. Like, I'll always be a bit like, oh, I'm going to go over here, and oh, I'm going to do this, and oh, I'm going to do that. And it's like, sit and read.
Yeah. I realised my book is actually set in ancient Scotland, not ancient Ireland.
Oh.
Or medieval Scotland, sorry, not medieval Ireland.
I mean, in fairness, it's usually Ireland with her, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's not exclusively. I read another series by her that's set in medieval Scotland or ancient. I feel like that one's older, but it's set in a version of Scotland, and one that's set in Romania.
Oh, that's random. I love Heather in the comments. She's like, Scotland.
Well, this series is set in a medieval Scotland for anyone that's interested. In like Pictish land. So interesting.
Okay.
It's not even really medieval, is it? I don't really know when. But it's like, I don't know.
When was it written, Jean? How old is that one?
I think it came out after Daughter of the Forest. New window.
In here, and I just never know.
Oh. Kenda's like, I don't think that's your mug, Lianne. No.
Well, this first came out in 2004, apparently, so it's not even that old. I suppose it is 17 years.
No, I refuse. My brain refuses. Anything that came out in the 2000s is like, it's very now.
Which yesterday.
It's very now.
So it did come out after Daughter of the Forest in that case.
What was that I said? Like, I must have said something with deadly seriousness in terms of being like, oh, this came out in 2015, so it was only like 5 years ago, and I was like, no.
No.
I don't remember which numbers it were because it was like quite a big gap between them. Like, it was something bigger than that, but I can't remember what it was, and I was like, oh.
Yeah.
My brain's refusing to.
I really want to read this. It's actually on my book club reading list for my friend and I's book club, but I don't think. Oh, is it next month? Actually, it's next month or next again, I think.
On being Fool's Quest as well.
Oh my god! That sounds amazing.
Oh, very cool.
Very, very cool. Love Medusa. Queen.
Jessie
Burton has a Medusa retelling coming out this year.
Say that again?
Jessie Burton has a Medusa retelling coming out this year.
Not who
it's
I was
really It's random, isn't it? Because she's not done any other Greek myth retellings, but it's really good. I've already read it, and it's really, really good.
Okay, fair enough. Because I
like YA though. It's like illustrated YA rather than like an adult book.
Because Jessie Burton's writing I like, but plots I never like. I'm just so like, why are we
doing well, maybe this one will be better suited to you. It's not that long. It's like 200 pages.
How many pages could you read for like an hour? It entirely depends on how many times in that hour I decide I need to pet a cat, I need to pee, I need to check my phone, I need to leave somebody a voicemail, I get an email.
Probably 60.
I just wanted to say yes. I am, like, I will be. Yes. It took a pandemic hiatus, but I have some interviews scheduled, and the new season should start in the summer. So,
exciting.
I have nothing else to say. Honestly, it's genuinely really good, and it like approaches trauma and what really happened to Medusa really, really well. I think it's very relevant to today. That's my review.
Caitlin's asking for thoughts on the new Ariadne retelling.
I haven't read it. Have you, Ashleigh?
It's in my video that's going up Wednesday, my wrap up. I rated it 4 stars, and I think it works really well as a sister companion novel thing to Circe. Like,
nice.
If you like Circe, it's highly likely you would love Ariadne because it's pretty much the same.
Okay, I'm excited. Actually, I need to read that this month.
I didn't love it quite as much, but just because it goes over a lot of stories, so if you already know them, it's just I know this. So I was expecting something.
That's very similar to Circe, isn't it? Sort of.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay.
Because it's the story of Ariadne and Circe. It's both women being abandoned on an island by a man and being angry about it.
Candace said she finished Ariadne literally less than an hour ago, and it's very, very Circe.
Very, very Circe. I like it.
I do think Circe does more with it, but
okay.
I do like Ariadne.
Is it the author's first myth retelling / first book in general?
It's a debut, I think.
Okay,
sure.
Yeah.
I
Stop
haven't
things like this. Why?
Every time Lovely Wife Helen comes home and they have a new pupil, because they're all generally school aged, so just qualified to be able to learn to drive, and they then tell me the birth date, I'm like, no, I refuse.
Even I feel like that, and I'm only just over the cusp. And I'm just 2000s. Oh, no.
You're an embryo. Go away from me.
90s. Or earlier.
Yeah. Or earlier. Yeah.
I just want to say that yes, I absolutely think you can to this question. Yes.
Well, I just want to quickly address this. Yes, Lovely Wife Helen is happy with she, her, but also they, them, because Kenda's asking, and yes. So yes, added. Not as much changed, but added. More variety.
I like that.
Yay. I'm an 80s baby. Thank you, Lisa. Why is there a sad face after that? I must say though, when signing up for things, my box is much further down the scroll down thing now. It's very sad when you scroll down for your year and you keep scrolling and scrolling.
Yes.
Short and sweet. Yes.
For sure. Ashleigh, your fault.
In fairness, is beautiful. Even if you hate it, you can use it as a very beautiful paperweight.
I'm gonna say I don't know. I can't quite reach it from where I am. Hang on.
I'm so jealous that you're actually in bed, tucked in right now.
That's just the arcs. If you
it's stunning.
That's what I've got.
It's really pretty. I feel like that about the illumination of Ursula Flight, which I have on my shelf right now. It terrifies me because it's hardcore historical fiction, but it's stunning.
Is this specifically, I'm presuming, Greek myth recommendations you're looking for? If so, 1,000 Ships is on the same vein.
Yeah. Agreed.
We've started an 80s baby rebellion. in the comments. And then there's a random Squishmallow.
I know. Squishmallow. I got it in Aldi. I have not read Pandora's Jar. So I didn't really have anything to comment. I think it's a cool concept. I just think, like, I don't know. It's a bit like with Greek. Well, it's the thing, isn't it? I think of it like it's a bit like the Mythos books by Stephen Fry. Why would I want to read it when I already know all the myths? But like Pandora's Jar might have more thoughts. I believe it has more thoughts in it from Natalie Haytons, who's really interesting and like knows a lot about Greek mythology. But I have read a lot of non-fiction books about women in Greek mythology, so it's sort of like I don't know if I ever will read it.
I loved it at the start of that tangent. Jean was like, blah, blah, blah. Well, and Ashleigh and we were like, yeah, okay, just settling in. Here we go. It's a good moment. I love it when you do that. You're adorable.
You know what I mean? No, it's like, it's hard. It's like, I don't know, like, yeah, I get to a point where I'm like, is there any point in me reading Natalie Haynes' book on Greek women? Or is it just going to be stuff I know? Like, retellings are different because, like,
yes,
well, they're different.
Should I start with the Bone season or the Pale Dreamer? The Bone season. I can now answer this. That's the limit of my knowledge.
Samantha Shannon recommends starting with the Pale Dreamer.
Really?
Because, like, in terms of timeline, it comes before, but usually it's to counteract what a lot of people see as an info dump at the start of the Bone season. So a lot of people go into the Bone season and get too overwhelmed by it. So then she start with the Pale Dreamer because then you get to know the characters first, and then you can go.
Legit.
So it depends.
Well, I bought the Bone season, so that's not happening.
I think depends on what edition you've got though, because if it's the paperback, it's got the Pale Dreamer at the back of it. Mine's got the Pale Dreamer at the novella at the back of the paperback.
Oh, I'll have to have a look. I'm not sure.
If it's the white paperback you've got, it's got the Pale Dreamer at the end. Because I was reading and I was like, oh, it's fine. I've got so many more pages to go. And then it ended and I was like, excuse me, ma'am. That no.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
It's not okay. I can promise you it's not okay. The ending is not okay.
Also the Penelopiad, if we're looking for Greek myth retellings from female perspectives. World entire that I would highly recommend.
Ooh. I love that. Learned all my mythology from Percy Jackson. I love it when Helen's like, yes.
I learned all my from Xena.
Yes.
To be fair, Xena is amazing.
Also, if we don't follow Lucy Lawless on Twitter, then we need to because she is a sass machine.
But stay away from Kevin Sorbo anywhere on. He's like a crazy right wing, like
yes. There was
type, you know.
There was a tweet that he did, and she just quote tweeted it and was like, "Oh, honey, no."
Aww. That's cute.
Actually, in fairness, that's one of the first books you ever shoved into my hand in a bookshop as well. So,
I remember that. She was that in the Edinburgh bookshop.
Yep. I left with several that day that were your fault.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
It has not changed.
Oh, sorry. It's literally called the Penelopiad. Let me grab it. It's by Margaret Atwood.
So just take Penelopiad.
Yeah.
Now, I've seen somebody as well ask, I don't know if it's the same person, but I've just seen Victoria Schwab come up a few times.
Oh, yeah. Where to start with?
To start with, well, it really depends what you like because all of her series have different vibes to them. I started with Darker Shade of Magic, and I feel like that's a good starting point just in terms of like general fantasy.
And her style.
But I think her best series is the Villain series. So it depends what you want.
Like I've said before, half of my Kindle is either Jean or Lianne's fault. I mean, that would be fine if I actually read anything off of my own bloody Kindle, but I don't. It's literally just where books go to die. See, I knew it would happen.
I'm fine. No.
Is that no never or just no not?
No,
right
I
now?
will. I just haven't. Not yet.
Okay, fair.
I'm trying to think what other like Greek myth recommendations I have. I'm like, what? They've all left my brain.
I like Silence of the Girls, but it's one of those myth retellings that really takes away the sort of mythological aspect. Like it reads like historical fiction about an enslaved woman during a war. And it's really
straight up advertised wrong.
What is it advertised as?
It's one of the like retold from the women's perspective, and I'm like, half the book is Achilles. No, it's not.
Yeah, but I don't like when I know people say that, but when I read it, I didn't think Achilles felt like half the book. But maybe it's just because like it's unavoidable. Like I don't know how you would do that story without all of Achilles in it like that. I guess I
don't have an issue. It's just the marketing. I'm like, you can't say something is just straight up from the women's perspective and then not.
Yeah, maybe like more talk about it as like a multiple perspective. I'll be interested to read Pat Barker's second one actually and see what women sort of. I'm confused as to what it's going to be about, but I'm excited.
I thought that was like, that's a choice.
What else is there? There's Children of Jocasta by Natalie Haynes.
Oh yeah.
I haven't read, which is why I'm just like I can't necessarily recommend them. I could just be like, "There's this one exists and this one exists."
Children of Jocasta is good, but I think 1,000 Ships is better. Like she gets better in her second myth retelling. Girl Meets Boy is good, but that's like I would say that like obviously it's different because it's set in the modern day. It's set in modern day Scotland actually. Interesting.
Silky just said, I already have a Lianne and Jean shelf, and now Ashleigh is adding to it too. Oh, that's adorable.
Leanne, this seems like for you.
Honestly, I did spot that and I was thinking about it. However, thriller-wise, there isn't a lot of standalone thrillers set in Scotland. 90% of Scottish thrillers are actually crime, like straight up hard-boiled detective fiction, gangland stuff. I can't think of a lot of, I mean, there's like the Shetland series, which is kind of got one foot in thriller and one foot in detective, but I can't actually think of, I mean, there's The Hunting Party by Lucy Foley, but it might be in the bottoms on my tops and bottoms that are about to come out. That's the only one I can think.
Turn of the Key set in Scotland. Turn of the
yeah, it is. And I mean, Ruth Ware, girl. It's basically
it's on my shelf.
It's thriller candy floss for the brain. It's great. That's what Ruth Ware is. She's candy.
And also, isn't that book that came out last year and was really popular? I haven't read it, but is it called like Pine or something like that? It's got like a stag on the.
I know the cover, but I have no idea. I didn't check it out because it was on the hype train, and the hype train goes choo choo and runs over Lianne, and Lianne just ignores it as it goes by.
I read a YA thriller set in Scotland years ago called something like Black Cairn Point. Can't really remember what happened in it, but I remember enjoying it at the time.
Gigi, if you said you would take a crime one as well, so yeah, I would go Raven Black, which is the first Shetland book by Anne Cleves, which is very good.
Just
Pine is a no.
I was gonna say,
oh my god, okay.
I love that cat. That was a very judgy cat in your profile picture there.
Opposing views.
Oh no, we've started a war.
To quickly answer a question, somebody asked us where to start with Brandon Sanderson. That would very much be the question. The Final Empire would be the place to start.
Final Empire, haven't started, says don't start. We've got a range of opinions. Yes.
I was just like, I love that question.
No, that is, I mean, in fairness, having read
any
Brandon Sanderson, that's where I would say to start as well. But
I have not read anything that is similar to Priory, so I cannot help you there. I feel like Jean would be better at this, apart from she can't because she hasn't read Priory. So I'm just like, we need the knowledge to come together.
Yes.
Like I've read a lot of dragon books, but I haven't read Priory yet. So I can't compare it to other dragon books.
I always
dragon books because people are going to ask.
I can recommend one book that has lesbians and dragons in it, if that's like a particular thing we're after. But I think it's very different from Priory of the Orange Tree. It's actually really short, so like Queen of E.F. Laria by Effie Calvin has lesbians and dragons.
That's on my shelf because of you.
Lesbians and dragons.
Yeah.
But I don't get the impression that tone-wise they're similar at all.
I don't think there is anything really similar to Priory though, because you've got dragons, you've got sapphic romance, you've got like a queendom, and there's a lot of other like breaking tropey stuff in Priory from what I haven't read, but from what I've been told.
Like, if you just take the very basic thing that is like the marketing thing, St. George and the Dragon retelling, tell me of another one. Like it will exist somewhere, but it'll have completely different vibes.
Yeah.
Because it's just like Queendom, St. George and the Dragon retelling. I don't know.
Was briefly distracted there because I usually don't talk about numbers or anything, but thank you to everybody who's subscribing, because I'm literally like just under 12k and I'm sitting here like,
is it going up right now?
Oh,
thank you guys,
we love that.
really sweet.
This is good.
If I cry on stream,
Lianne
it is all your fault. Thanks,
Lianne is so good.
Thank you.
It's all emotional now. Have a moment we cry.
I know. I'm like, right. Okay. I think we should probably sprint so that I don't actually cry on stream. That would be a good plan, wouldn't it?
Yes.
How long?
Ashleigh's like, no, cry, god damn it.
Sorry, I was looking at the comments. Well, how long?
Will we do another half an hour? Can you stay awake for another half an hour?
I can try. I might I've finished the first 2 chapters in this book. I might return to my lesbian historical romance for a bit. But it's very well written. But as my brain starts to deteriorate, I think maybe.
Okay, cool.
So I'll go
back to trying not to make faces at the creepy book. I did glance up at myself at one point and saw like a if it had got stuck with I mean, okay. You could have just kicked me out. You could have just said leave.
Bye. Okay. Time.
No, that's 30
seconds. I mean, I thought that was going to be like, go.
I thought Lianne was just like, and I'm just going, no. Still wrong.
I'm like, excuse me, Jean? And Ash is like, just no.
Thanks for keeping me straight, girls.
Nobody wants that.
Oh, okay.
so creepy.
The book. It is really creepy.
It's really creepy. I'm usually not, when I read horror, I don't care about like body horror, and I don't care about like ghosts and stuff like that. Don't bother me. And monsters don't usually bother me. But for some reason, this has just that right combination of like things staring in your window in the middle of the night, and I don't like it, but I love it, but I don't like it.
Yeah, no, it's super creepy.
Also,
no, stop that. Sorry.
No! Kenda's banned.
I don't know how much I read because I was reading on my Kindle, but I read like 12%, but it's a novella. So,
did you get to a smutty bit?
No.
That's depressing.
I mean, it is Regency England, so she's only sort of started to. Why do I get fluttering feelings around this other woman? I don't understand.
Oh, that's so cute. Right, before I forget to say it, I got 12k. Thank you very much, guys.
Yay! Well done. Well,
thank you.
Congrats.
Thank you. That's very weird. Thank you.
Fun.
Okay, no more talking about me. Talk about something else now.
I am just going to clarify because I saw a bunch of people just being confused about what we're doing. Reading sprints are just allocated bits of time to read. It's not a competition. Yeah. We do tend to say like, oh, I read this many pages just to start things off. But
yeah,
it's literally just we sit here. It's basically the Pomodoro effect. If you, the Pomodoro method rather, if you Google that, that will give you.
Yeah.
Do a thing, take a break, do a thing.
Yeah. Short bursts of productivity.
Yes.
And company. And it's nice to have company.
I see Laura is has only got 30 pages left of Daughter and Smoke and Bone, and I think that just says that I need to reread like now.
I've been meaning to reread it since like at least 2017, if not longer.
That's one of the ones that's also on my perpetual like I will reread this when I've got time shelf. But now that we've already talked about this, but I shall repeat to myself now that the 10th anniversary editions have appeared and they're beautiful, and I've only got 2 months left of book buying ban. Jean, are you all right? Did you stab yourself with your glasses?
Oh, my eyes are just quite sore. It's fine. I just, as according to my optician, just don't produce a lot of liquid in my eyes. They get quite dry.
Me too.
Oh my god! High five!
Yeah, our eyes don't work. Woo!
Woo! Love that for us.
And then there's me who's like constantly wiping my eyes because I'm just like, I look like I'm crying, but I'm not. I'm just like,
okay, Ashleigh, showing off. Thank you. She put the little, you know how they put the little tab in to see like how quickly your tears dry up, and she just kind of went, oh. I was like, oh, that's love that for me.
To answer Chloe's question, you don't like Daughter of Smoke and Bone and Strange the Dreamer have nothing to do with each other, so you can just read whichever one takes your fancy.
Yes.
If you guys are rereading Daughter of Smoke and Bone at some point, let me know because I've never read the sequels.
Oh yeah.
I haven't read the sequels either. It's only
I haven't read the last one, which the only reason I haven't read it is a really weirdly shallow reason. I pre-ordered the last one and it came signed and I was all excited, but it's a brick. It's huge. It's this massive hardback and it actually hurts to hold. So
oh god, yeah, it's not shallow. That's practical.
That's even more reason why I should buy the new ones when the book buying ban is over.
Well, we could all read the sequel together. That'd be nice.
Yay. I would definitely have to read them all again because I feel like once I start it again, things will come back to me.
I only read the first one in 19, so it wasn't actually that long ago, really, in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, the Grace. Is that what you're going to talk about? We're going to read the Grace series.
Oh, sorry, my brain completely. I saw a comment there that said, "Have any of you read Lincoln in the Bardo?" And I was like, how do I say yes? And I did not enjoy it without saying how much I didn't enjoy it. But yes, Graceling along eventually.
Yeah.
At some point. Pending.
Yes. Dates pending. Oh, I started Girl with the Dragon Tattoo today. That bloody book is just stalking me. It's one of Lovely Wife Helen's favourite books, and every time I do like Lovely Wife Helen picks my TBR, they put it on my TBR, and I'm like,
I had it for ages, and I think I read the first 80 pages and just wasn't vibing. So I was like,
the thing is, I'm sure I would love it. Like, I'm sure, even if I don't love it, I'm sure that so many people love it. I'm sure it's readable enough that I will enjoy it. But
I've never fancied it, not gonna lie.
Will there be a live for Do the Thing-a-thon?
There are lives every day for the Do the Thing-a-thon. That's the thing we're doing. Live shows every single day, and 2 on the weekend days. So there are going to be 9 live shows.
Oh my god! These not been scheduled. When is this happening? Like, have these all like? Where am I missing all this?
They're not they're not up on YouTube yet, but I have said that, and I have my hosts who are going to be doing it. I just need to actually figure out who's going where and all that fun stuff.
Nice.
I've been booked. Jean, you can come on mine. It'll be me, you, and Amy from Amy Talks Books on Bookstagram, who has the most lovely Aberdonian accent, and we'll all be Scottish people. And then Ashleigh. And then Ashleigh.
Ashleigh's an honorary Scot.
Yeah. She's a Scot in her soul. I just finished the twisted ones that got really creepy towards the end.
I think it got creepy towards the beginning, but okay.
I have to say though, I hauled this one because I'm pretty sure I got sent this. I'm pretty sure this was one that Rosie sent me from Sparkle's Books, but I've lost the gift note because I'm notorious for it. And when I hauled this, I was like, I'm really, really scared because it's got an animal in it, and I hate any thrillers or anything like that have animals in it. So the only spoiler you will get on this live show is to say, apparently the dog is fine. Because I've got to a part now where that is dubious, and I may have been holding back a cry.
No animal deaths.
No animal deaths.
This one's for you, Lianne.
Amy, let me check that that's the actually is her username though before I tell you that, and then it's a big fat lie. Yes, Amy Talks Books on Bookstagram. She is the loveliest, and she also has a Westie who features a lot. So it's worth it. It's worth it just for the Westie.
I don't have an opinion yet.
That's
just a straight up lie, though.
Oh, because the raven and the reindeer
literally has a skull of a reindeer on the front.
That's true. I guess.
Yeah. Well, in saying that, none of the main character animals die. Maybe because definitely there are some dead animals in this, but none of them are ones that I particularly care about.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Maja, the pets. None of the pets die.
Yes, that I like.
Reindeer. It's enough for me to be like, I don't want to read that, and quite gruesome in what they do with it.
Yeah, that hasn't got better in this. Nope.
It's funny how like
what is my favorite of the Lockwood books? Book 4 is my favorite. Book 4 of 5, but read them all because they're amazing.
It always comes back to Lianne talking about this series.
Well, Lianne's got a not so secret tally list. So anytime anybody tells me that they've bought one of the books because I said about it, I let myself buy a book. So please, that's why Lianne keeps talking about it.
Oh my god!
I should be on commission.
Imagine if I did that for the past season. I'd just like have a whole other library.
Yeah. In fairness, I had to be clear with myself and say it couldn't just be the first book anymore. It had to actually be, like 2 or 3 books of the series. It had to be like the series, because otherwise we would be in trouble right now. Lovely wife Helen would be evicting me to make a house made of books in the garden. Don't want to read about any dead animals, but humans, thank you. Yes.
It's weird how
all the murder is fine, but no dead pets, thank you.
It is weird how that, like, we all react quite similarly to that with dead animals and pets.
Yeah. I honestly, doesthedogdie.com is the best website in the entire world.
There's a website called doesthedogdie.com.
Yeah, you can look up, it started for movies, but it's got pretty much everything on it now, like video games and everything. You can basically check if there's an animal in it, if it dies.
Nice. Stay away from the Odyssey. Stay away from the Odyssey.
Kenda, you're a shady bitch. Yes. Yeah.
I go hard. Such a good book. Everyone go buy a copy. No.
Yeah, like right now.
Right now.
And then send you a DM somewhere to say bought it.
Like this. Back on the bookmark chat.
Why do people only ever ask this when I'm using my own?
Well, I'm not this time. Not using my own. I'm using one from Grace and Moth, which goes very nicely with this particular one. I got this as a prezi.
I think this came in something, but I can't remember what. It's just a little map.
Pretty.
Is it on your plate?
I can't remember the other book I've got next to me. I can't remember who, because she doesn't have her branding on it, but a very witchy one with crystals and moons and things.
Ooh, pretty. What have I got in here? Oh, that's the one that had. This was the one from before that had Zoe's.
I mean, yay for Zoe, but like, girl,
yeah.
I don't know you have bookmarks. That's on any of them.
I have a real bookmark in this one.
Okay, that's fair.
1 out of 2. No, 1 out of 2.
Let me get my 70 books
out. Mine are all upstairs. When I'm not using my own, I use yes, Eleanor O'Neill's. That's Eleanor's.
This is probably also.
She's so talented.
Oh, they're lovely.
She's also the nicest. Oh, really. Courtney, thank you. Courtney's using one of mine.
Yeah.
They're all upstairs, or I would show you them. But again,
what's in Malice because it's on the floor, so I can't reach that one.
Oh, my current book has a novel menagerie business card. That's so sweet.
I'm
Sabrina.
Don't worry. We're in this together.
Please tell me you bought novel menagerie bookmarks and then use the business card as a bookmark. That's something I do.
That would be brilliant.
Not even the thank you card, just the business card, just the one with the socials on it.
Oh, I like that. That's nice. It's a nice way to reuse cards.
That is nice.
Cute.
If I ever had cards, my dad would literally be like, "Oh, this little bit of pattern's nice," and I put it out and make a bookmark out of it.
Oh, that's sweet. Okay, just using a book depository one. I have to admit, I do quite like collecting the book depository ones when I'm allowed to buy books. I mean, eventually then what I do is I just gather them together and chuck them out and start again. But One will laugh.
Oh, does anyone change the font each ebook they read so it feels like a different book each time?
Oh no, I always. That's an interesting idea, though. I don't think.
Depending on how the format is. Yeah, I'm like that as well.
This is like, I think it's the one developed for like easier reading and dyslexia.
Yeah.
That would explain it.
And also, I like to I change the kerning quite a lot, so I like to space the words out a bit more on the page.
Yeah.
I scan quicker when I do that. I love that we've started a complete bookmark. A bookmark.
Oh my god, that's so cute.
That is cute. That is very cute. Oh, Laurie's using the "Tis the Damn Readathon" one. I'm going to bring out more bookmarks that you can write your TBRs on, though, because everybody's asking me for them. So I'll have art on one side, and then you can write your TBR on the back for the month. Everybody's asked me for that, everybody. So I'm working on it.
I like the idea, but also don't judge me for my big font.
Also, it makes you feel like you're getting through the pages faster.
I do. I like being able to click through, but it's also just I just easier to focus, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know you're not really judging, don't worry. Oh, important question.
Oh, it's the novel Menagerie. If you go to my channel link below, it'll have everything linked in my socials. Thank you. Actually, I've had a couple of orders during the stream, so thank you for anybody who's placed orders, because I'm guessing they've come from here, because it's a very odd time of night to get random orders.
I see Adrian said, reading with black background is easier on my eyes. So many people use dark mode on phones, and I just cannot do it. It hurts my eyes so much. And then I'm seeing the way
when you look up from it. It's when you look up from the dark mode on your phone, and then everything's white lines.
I just can't. I literally can't read properly if it's white text on black background. It doesn't work.
I like on the Kindle that you can make not on the Kindle, on my iPad when I don't charge my Kindle, and I use my iPad, you can change the background to there's a minty green or a sepia tone, and those are really nice. And you can also change it to it changes how much blue light you're getting, basically, and it's really nice.
I used to use the sepia when I used to read on my phone occasionally. I didn't know you could do mint.
Yeah, there's a mint green. I really like mint green. It's nice. I like it. Dark mode is evil. Sepia all the way black backgrounds make me think of teletext. Rachel, you're definitely aging yourself with the teletext there, but I'm with you.
Text was it CFAX or?
Yeah, CFAX. Oh my god, was it? Children! Loving my parents, she's literally sitting there
Well, I remember I used to use it to check the weather and stuff like that. My dad would use it.
There were games on it as well. There were text games, choose your own adventure text games.
I just don't think we ever called it teletext. It was always CFAX.
Yeah.
I don't even know why. What does
I know to what you speak.
Explore the days of the internet.
Honestly, so many things make me weirdly nostalgic, though. I got a system to record our old home movie VCR tapes onto the computer, and the noise of putting the video in the video player and it going and taking it down and then winding the tape, I was like, I'm gonna cry.
I remember rewinding them. You had to rewind your videotape.
And also you could pause it, but it was a risky game because it could rip your tape.
Yeah, oh god, it was so hard.
Ashleigh's just okay, grannies. When you put her in the nursing home, Ashleigh, remember to come and read to us.
When I was younger, I had videotapes and audio tapes that I used to listen to fairy tales through. And I used to sit there with a pencil behind it.
Yes, the pencil and the
Scottish thing. Very Scottish thing, but one of the first like stories that I ever had read out to me like on a tape was Millie Molly Mandy.
Oh yeah.
Remember that? Millie Molly Mandy and her picnics. Oh guys, thank you for your orders. Thank you so much. I'm gonna be busy.
I used to have a cassette tape player that you could like record onto. So I used to like make my own radio show that no one listened to on cassette tapes.
Yes. Or when you would like sing along to music in your headphones and then you would listen to it back and be like, oh no.
Horrified, yeah.
Nobody you're like, I'm so in tune, belting out like Little Mermaid and stuff and then listening to it back. It's like,
yeah, it was always the Little Mermaid.
I do that now, just on a phone.
Yeah, but you can sing.
You can sing. If anyone needs to know how wonderful a singer Ashleigh is, they need to go on TikTok. I was literally in the car with my boyfriend when I watched your TikTok where you were duetting with that guy, and I was like, oh my god, Ashleigh's so good at singing. He was like, is that Ashleigh? She was really good.
I've now deleted that one.
No, why?
Because I got a new phone and it sounded awful through the new phone.
My phone's new and it didn't sound awful through my phone.
Oh, Lisa, yes, you could check holiday prices on CFAX. Yes, you could. Oh my god, we started off talking about Famous Five, now we're on to Millie Molly Mandy, Katie Morag and Hayley McCleary.
I loved Katie Morag so much, but Hayley McCleary's not Scottish.
Is it not?
No, I only found this out recently. The author's like from New Zealand or Australian or something like that.
I've been lied to.
It sounds Scottish, but it's not. But Katie Morag was the best in Orkney.
Rachel walking with a Discman very carefully to stop it from skipping. Or they did bring out ones that like had like bumpers on them for a while, so it would be like anti-skip, but it just meant that you could hit it a bit harder and then hear it go. Mary McCleary's what? With broken Kendall.
I'm not even kidding this. I only found this out recently. I like it's true.
I'm disgusted.
I mean,
you ruined everything.
It's like I don't know who.
New Zealand. Yeah, New Zealand. That's where it is. Hayley McCleary.
I'm not invested in this at all.
I don't know who this person is.
Hayley McCleary was a dog, not a person.
Oh, there we go.
Ashley's a cat person. She doesn't care. And in fairness, I was wondering what the weird creaky noise was under here, but it's a dog snoring at my feet, so I might be a cat person too.
Yep.
Oh, Slinky Malinky.
It's consensus.
Yes.
Consensus.
Thank you.
Yes. I feel like my whole life has been a lie.
Sorry. If I had to know, you had to know.
Ruined it, man. Ruined it.
People keep asking if we're doing more sprints. It's going to depend on if Jean can survive.
Yes, entirely depends on Jean.
I think I can manage. Should I do another half an hour?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm like, yes, I'm very reluctant to go back to the creepy things happening in my book, but I'm like, yes.
I believe in you. Okay. Right.
Okay.
Let's go, guys. Oh no. Pussycat.
Get in.
Hi.
He's deeply purry.
Oh.
He when I did my Patreon stream the other day, he came up in the last 5 minutes of it and fell asleep on me, and I had to just put the book down, and there's me just like rocking the cat for like the last 5 minutes of the stream.
Oh.
He's so cute. You're still gonna live.
Everyone's going cat.
You're still gonna go live with Auntie Jane if you keep peeing on things though. How did we get on then?
I'm going to write. I've realised my book isn't set in the Regency era though, because they started talking about jazz music, so it's definitely lower. I have no idea what's like. Clearly, I just keep misjudging all my books.
I was going to say today is just being I'm not in this place. Okay.
Not Ireland. It's not the Regency era. What's happening?
Like, where am I?
I'm pretty surprised we haven't had that exact face that Ashleigh made. Like, how did I get here?
What about everyone else?
I was reading how everybody else did. We've got 30 pages and 26 pages and 31. I did quite a few there despite the kitty. I think I'm gonna have to finish this tonight because I mean not necessarily.
Oh yeah,
Jane will be asleep, but I need to know what happens. Like I can't leave it now.
Yeah, no, you do need to get to it. Like I'm excited for Shar here getting a cat.
Yay! Woohoo! Baby Flipper.
Honestly,
I read about 30
I'm impressed that you're reading it.
Seriously. And like 12 pages and half an hour of the Iliad's like I'm hat off. Oh, finished Daughter of Smoke and Bone. I like that. Oh shit. Oh dear.
I can only remember like the really vague things about the story. Like I can't even remember what the story is. I just
of Daughter of Smoke and Bone.
Yeah, like random scenes in my head, and then I'm like, no idea how they connect.
So we're definitely buddy reading this.
Something needs to get to read it.
I love that. Steph is leaving now, but she says she has important things to do tomorrow. Getting her hair done finally, and she's awfully excited.
Everybody is doing makeover recently. Literally everybody, and I'm just like,
nope, need to wait for the second shot. So these are still going to be this lot. This is now what I've resorted to. I was like,
you died it.
I like it.
It needs about that much cut off to be real hair again, though, because the bottom of it, like if you could see it close up, it's just like little. It looks like dried flowers at this point. At the end, it's like dried grass.
Mine's was really like.
What was that?
You did dye your hair though.
It did.
Mm-hmm.
It did. It is now.
And Mrs. over here cuts her own hair. Like some
seriously,
I need to,
like a boss.
I need to sort these bits out because these are meant to be up here.
That's it though. When you're doing it yourself, it's just like, yeah, I'm gonna get to it. That's why I had so much root, because this is like the second time I've gone proper ginger now. Like pandemic here. And I had so much root. Like I took a picture of myself like just before I dyed it, and I had like this much root, and I'm just like,
I love going postal so much.
That is such a weird juxtaposition. War and Peace and going postal.
I don't know what going postal is. I was just like, wow, for War and Peace.
Oh my god, I love Going Postal. Is my favorite Terry Pratchett book.
That is adorable. I don't know what my favorite Terry Pratchett book would be. Hell's like guard.
I've read one, and it's the one which, when I say I don't want to continue Terry Pratchett because I don't think he's my thing, judging from the one I've read, everybody then shouts at me saying I read a shit one.
Which one did you read?
Was it The Colour of Magic?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was like, just
I'm not saying you will like Terry Pratchett. He might not still be for you, but even he didn't have much good to say about Color of Magic.
The first 3 books, he was very clear, and that he was like, I had no idea what I was doing. I was just playing and see what stuck.
Wait, isn't Equal Rights the 3rd book?
Is it?
I really like Equal Rights. The first 2 are The Color of Magic and Light Fantastic.
The Light Fantastic, and then I thought it was Weird Sisters, but I might be wrong.
No, I'm pretty sure.
Right, it's Equal Rights, then Weird Sisters. No, you're right. You are right. Jean's like, I know I'm right. No, it would definitely, especially for you, that would never have been where I suggested to start. Honestly, the amount of shit that I get on my where to start with Discworld video, because the very first thing I say is I don't know a single person who likes the Discworld books who would start with Color of Magic. The amount of shit I get from white middle-aged men who live in their mum's basement who are like, but that's the first book and that's where you should start. I'm like, how many people have given up after they started with the first book?
Yep.
My nose is really cold. When will we be doing sprints again, and whose channel will it be on? Shall I find my table?
For me, there's a few options, I think. So Lianne and I are doing sprints together on Patreon on the 10th, which is linked down below. And then all 3 of us and Victoria are doing sprints together on the 13th on Lianne's channel. So
well done. I'm
on 13th on Lianne's channel.
This entire thing is in the wrong order. Because I'm just like, me and Lianne are doing Patreon sprints tomorrow.
Yes.
Patreon sprints with Jean and Lianne. Whenever Jean said.
on the 10th of May.
I'm doing ones on my channel on the 11th. I don't know who with. I just know that I'm going to show up and I'll figure out the rest later. I'm doing them.
I will be here.
And then, as Jean said, we're doing some on Lianne's channel on the 13th.
And then I have got another Patreon only stream on Saturday the 22nd, and those are I'll be on my own, but those are the ones that go for to infinity and beyond. So I'll pretty much be on all day on Saturday the 22nd on Patreon if you would like to hang out.
Just keep an eye on Ashleigh and Lianne's channels and Patreon and mine, I guess.
Yes. The easiest way to put it is if you're looking into anybody's Patreons, you're probably going to find them weekly or at least every so often. If you don't want the Patreon, then we have some next week.
Yes. Yeah. And we pretty much do like the ones where we do all together like this, we pretty much are doing about one every 3 weeks right now when people's schedules allow. Because we so busy girls.
But sprints galore, they're everywhere.
Yes, they're literally everywhere. And then there's an entire week of sprints for Do the Thingathon.
There is.
At the end of May, you'll be bored of seeing us and you'll never come back. By the end of it, we won't be friends. We'll have seen each other so much that we'll be like a virtual bubble.
It'll be the thing where it's like someone goes, so I was thinking of doing that. Nope.
Yes.
Nope.
Yes. Or it's going to be one of those things where somebody's like, where are Lianne, Ashleigh, or Jean? Oh, they'll be on one other channels. They'll be live now on one other channels. They're somewhere.
Yeah, Lucy just pointed out as well. Maddie
except for weekends. She doesn't do weekends.
Usually
Lianne doesn't do real
weekends.
Say that again?
It's usually Maddie, Jade, or Steph that does weekends.
Yeah, and I only do them on Patreon because I don't have a real weekend because lovely wife Helen and I take a Thursday, Friday as our weekend. Because we're strange. Yeah.
It's a chaotic mess, but thank you.
I mean, yeah, it would be frightening.
I'm tangled right now in my own hair.
Oh yay, Laura, you're getting vaccinated on the 22nd. Woo! Well I'll be there for ages, Laurie, so don't worry, you'll catch me at some point. I'll be there for absolutely ages. I've got cat hair in my mouth. I'm very sorry. He just appeared and stuck his face in my mouth.
Oh. Do you want to do like one more short one? Like, I feel like I have the capacity for a short one.
I'm fine. I mean, like, are you sure?
I know. I feel like weird for me. I know. We're
still surprised that you're awake.
It's a bank holiday, so I slept in the morning. So I didn't get up early. So see.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, because then I'll officially get over 100 pages. I'm at 94 now, which always annoys me.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I want the.
I'll probably get deeply into the wrapping up scary bit at the end where I find out about all the stuff. So that's probably a good idea because then you can all hold my hands. I mean, you may or may not have noticed that I shut the curtains during that last one because there was a thing in the book tapping at a window, and I was like,
yeah, there's a lot of that. I know, right?
I know. Ashleigh's like, I'm so proud, and I'm like, yeah, legit. She's just gonna turn the camera off and nap, and she'll come back at the end.
It's probably what she's been doing every time she turns the camera off.
In my defense, it was because my mum needed help with me doing something, and she was in her pajamas.
I just assumed you were having a leisurely pee.
I mean, I peed as well, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay. Should I do a 20-minute one?
Yeah.
Okay. 20
I may
minutes.
or may not have ordered food, so the food will arrive during that time. So this is perfect.
When you say ordered food, do you mean like just from Helen?
Jade.
Jade. Jade of it all. No, and just for that, you're not getting any.
I can't get any anyway.
No, I ordered chips.
And to be fair, in the other reading sprint, when I did disappear, it's because I needed toast. So
that's my food.
I was a fail. It should have been bank holiday takeaway evening. You still got time. It's only 10:05.
No, I'm good. I had pizza earlier.
Okay.
I love everybody's like, go, Jean.
Thanks, guys. Your support is appreciated. I might go back to Juliet Marillier, actually. I can't see next year's thing anymore, so okay, fair. Okay, right, 20 minutes.
Okay. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Tammy wants to know how many sprints we've done, but I've lost count now.
I think that was the 5th one.
5? Oh,
5.
Yeah.
But that was the last one, I think.
Yeah.
Just decreed that.
That was the last one. Yeah, I think you're
I'm going to finish this tonight.
You finished it?
I'm going to finish it. They're in a bad
And you're
place.
past 100 pages?
I am. I'm 108.
Yay! Look at us!
Has everybody satisfied their reading goals, I hope?
Yes. Yeah, how did everybody else get on? Oh, Holly's annoyed because now she can't read because she keeps thinking about toast. So that'll be
I'm so sorry, Holly. I hope you went and got some toast.
I can smell it.
This is I just like have to say this is so good. Like it's like I'm 62 pages in and I'm just like, oh Juliet, every time with the writing and the historical like atmosphere and world building, just like barely anything has happened. It's the kind of thing like another author, like it's maybe like 1 or 2 small events have happened that are obviously foundational to the story, and another author might write like 20 pages for them all to happening, but no, like Juliette Miller is just like she takes her time, but it never feels like a slog. And I just don't know
how I feel about Robin Hobb. I'm just like there's whole chunks where very little happens, and I'm just like it's fine. I'm chilling with my people. I don't care. Tell me more about the landscape.
The first 300 pages of Assassin's Quest, I was like, all we've done is walk, and I'm not mad about it.
Yes.
And
There's a bit in the middle of that. There's a bit in the middle of that book where I'm like, okay, you've had the same argument 3 times now, but let's have it one more time before we go to the place.
Oh, expert authors.
Yes. Although
it's the Dark Mirror. Oh yeah, I forgot what I was reading.
What was that? Oh, you forgot to say. Oh, you didn't change it, right? I was going to say, weirdly, I don't feel like this in Tolkien. When it's like, I always describe Tolkien as being like tree, rock, tree, mountain, tree, orc, tiny battle, maybe a hobbit, some food, tree. And I just can't. It's weird.
I think like I don't know, the difference really like as much as I think he's a beautiful writer and I love like a lot about Lord of the Rings, I feel like a lot of that detail doesn't contribute much to the actual story or where any of it's going, and that's why it becomes like a bit much.
I'll never get over reading David Eddings wrote basically at the end of his first big 10 book 80s fantasy. He essentially wrote a holy book from that series, which was actually just a paint by numbers how to write a fantasy book. And he went on a little bit of a rant about Tolkien being like, look, it was great. He invented loads of stuff. He was clearly bloody smart, but all of his characters are dead below the waist, and therefore I don't believe any of their motivation to do anything. And I was like, oh. Oh, and I was like, that's why the movies work for me so much and the books don't, because I'm like, in the movies, nobody's dead below the waist. You believe people love people and people want to be with people and stuff like that. And in the books, I'm just like,
mine was just the repetition. Like I read the trilogy at the end of last year, and because obviously it's meant to be like one book, but I just can't get over how you would literally be like, and we follow this person and we're going to go on this really long walk through the woods.
Yep.
And then we're going to go right back to where we started, but with another character. And I'm like, yay. And then you've got all of the songs constantly.
Yes.
I like songs. Just saying.
I like the songs in The Hobbit because it feels kind of like The Hobbit still feels like middle grade and stuff. I like the songs in The Hobbit because I feel like the songs tell you stuff about the world and progress the plot. But I think once you've had one dwarf song about mines and death, you've had all of them, and it's like I'm all right now. I'm good. You're fine.
Well, like the audiobook that I listened to, it's great in terms of narration, but singing, not so much. Not because
no.
a bad singer. It was just that he would do the same tune for every single song, so it's just like there's no difference between them. because they are the same.
That's basically like everybody who ever tries to come up with a Scottish melody in a book. Everything's a variation on the Sky Boat song, and I'm like, okay, everything is not the theme to Outlander. Like,
very Christmas.
I think it's a rite of passage.
Okay, I think. Well, I mean, I still really like Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. We just don't think it's perfect. Like,
there's just many things.
It's the best fantasy. Like, it's not for me the best fantasy book ever.
No, he needed. I think he needed a good editor and less moralism. And that would have pretty much fixed those books.
I think he needed more women.
Ready for bed.
More women would have done it for me.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, like, if you took, in maybe another 20 or 30 years, people are going to do retellings of Lord of the Rings the same way they do, like, Greek myth retellings and shit like that, because they'll be old enough, there'll be enough space. And then there's going to be more women, and there's going to be queer characters, and there's going to be non-binary characters, and that would just fix everything that is wrong with Lord of the Rings. Also, less trees.
Yes. Come the end of its copyright period, bring on the retellings.
Yes.
Because I'm just like, Daughter of the Forest is basically the same, where it's like just lots of walking through trees. But somehow it just works, you know?
I feel though like you're walking through trees, but you're also walking through her brain and her narrative. You're getting a narrative, whereas like Tolkien's literally telling you about the trees.
Yeah.
Or sort of personality.
Like, I know every blade of grass by name now. Can we move on?
Yeah.
I also just find it like really masterful how Gillian really literally has a main character who is mute, like through.
Yes.
Like how, and it's from her perspective, so it's like you wouldn't. I mean, it's not that you wouldn't think it would work, but you kind of wonder how, because it's like you can't. How is she going to
dialogue?
Yeah, there's no dialogue, which is what a lot of people base a lot of their character building on, and we don't have that. So it's like, well, how are we going to do it? And work.
Yes.
Oh, just Queen.
It's funny because I speak like this, like wholeheartedly about that one book, and I'm like, still haven't read the second one. Yet.
You're making me want to reread it though. Stop
Honestly,
it.
I love Sun and Shadows so much.
In fairness,
I love Sun and Shadows because it's just in the same way. It feels like it's got this very rich, strong, like unique female protagonist, but she feels very different from Sorcha as well. Like it's Sorcha.
I can never remember which one it's meant to be. The one that's it's
spelled Sorcha, isn't it, or is it spelled Sorcha?
Spelled Sorcha.
I think it's
right.
Yeah.
I had like a real moment. I was like, wait, we've had this conversation before about a different book. Anyway, but like she feels different, and she's like strong in different ways, and it's like another way a woman can be herself, and it's just, and she's definitely.
I didn't realize this was more like romance based because it's not about forbidden love and stuff, and I'm like, oh,
definitely more romance in that one.
Suddenly, there's a 9th book on the go.
No, this is my main goal for Do the Thingathon after Easter.
That's what I was going to say for Do the Thingathon as well. I had 2 goals that I still actually want to do. One of them was to do more rereads this year, which I'm doing fairly well at. And the other one's to finish some series. And now I'm like, okay, so I was just going to finish some series, but maybe I could do some series. And I could also do a reread of that one. Maybe.
This is how I've ended up with so many books on to Do the Thingathon TBR, because I'm like,
You've ruined my life with Do the Thingathon. I hope you know. Like, my whole
for everything else, so I might as well just take it off on there.
I mean, you are to blame for like almost everything that I do, but that's okay. It's comforting to know it's always your fault.
I've just seen somebody's asked if anyone else is doing sprints today. It's currently 10:30 p.m. for us, So if so, you're probably heading over to American BookTube.
Yes.
Yeah.
And who knows, because it'll still be a weekday for them, like they're not getting bank holiday. So who knows?
Who knows?
Oh yeah, that's true. Okay then. Well, thank you for joining me, guys. And thanks for everybody for watching and reading with us.
Yeah, and thank you for getting me to 12K. Thank you so much.
Well done.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. We'll see you. We'll be back in one of the many other sprints that we already mentioned.
Yeah, we'll see you shortly. We'll either be on Patreon or we'll be somewhere here. We'll be here. You'll find us. We're not quiet.
Okay, good night, everyone. Thank you for coming. Bye.